Okay. Mic check. Now I gotta check with the audio to make sure I can hear. Cause what we doing here?
Today, I'm going to show
That's loud. All right, I'm live. So I find this lo-fi. Nigga. So I'm really just trying to get set up right now. YouTube. That's weird. I guess. Excuse me.
Oh, the color of the badge.
TikTok.
Must try.
Alright, we back at it again. You know, we live, we here. Tune into the live stream, it would be greatly appreciated. You know, we out here, day 5, trying to vibe code to 1 million. But you know, it's day 5, so tune in, pop out on the live stream, you know, check what we got going on. Alright, we back at it again. You know, we live, we here. Tune into the live stream, it would be greatly appreciated. You know, we out here, day 5, trying to vibe code to 1 million. But you know, it's day 5, so tune in, pop out on the live stream. We back at it again. You know we live. I don't know how this works. Alright, we back at it again. You know we live. Welcome to the stream, Alex. Really appreciate it. Yo, I feel like the first. I'm mad my chat GPT not working on Chrome. It's very embarrassing. Alright, we back at it again. You know we live. We here. Tune into the live stream. It would be greatly appreciated. You know we out here. Day 5. Go to a million. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. We got 3 viewers. That's great. Welcome to the chat, everybody. You know what I mean? Leave a like, send a like. Really appreciated. I'm here. What are we doing today? What are we doing today? As the title says, I'm gonna have to rebuild this whole thing, right? Because, fun fact, I've been working on this for a little minute now. I guess we can get to GitHub and I'll really show you guys my journal logs, but I really don't kind of know what I'm doing here because, every step of the way we're learning. So this is all learning, but I feel like, is today going to be a late night stream? Now, I'm going to have to go for that walk around like 9, 10 o'clock, clear my mind. But other than that, I'm thinking today, hold on, I feel like my music might be louder than my voice in all honesty, and that's not good. So today is my main focus. We got, I gotta do 10 hours minimum. Out of the 10 hours, we gotta fix this VAPI issue immediately. So when it comes to the whole workflow of it, I'm talking, let's go to projects. Let's switch over. You love seeing my beautiful face. What I'm saying is, so we can make the phone calls to the voice AI agent. We can make the phone calls. They capture the customer information. That is a guaranteed. Current issue is the extraction of that customer's data, right? So we have to build out the make scenario, which is just like a workflow tool to make the process simpler, right? It's just like checks and balances, step by step. Everything's automated, right? From my understanding. So the JSON parse and the Airtable structure, right? I want to say create a new webhook. I created like 6 webhooks. Did I get an understanding of some of the settings? We might delve into a lot of documentation this video compared to like other videos, but for certain, our main focus is webhook, make workflow webhook. Like if I have a 12-hour day, there's 720 minutes, at least 300 minutes have to be allotted to the creation of this webhook. I might watch a Python video, and I might also watch a CLI video to get a better understanding of CLI and the command line interface as a whole, due to the fact that why did it recommend me in the documentation a Windows version, but someone suggests shout out to Ox Solitude. And from yesterday's chat, he mentioned, or they mentioned, whether or not I should, I should put that command in Linux. And the fact that I didn't know that's an issue. So command line Python, because we gotta learn how to code at this point. If we really vibe coding. This is the first 30 days is gonna be like cute YouTube titles, and then day 31 is gonna be like, yo, 0 to 1 million, follow the journey when I'm out here in a foreign country somewhere. But let's start it up. So we got 100 minutes on the clock. I'm ready to go. Everything is make and VAPI. And another thing, like, I'm really upset that my ChatGPT is not working on Chrome. I done turned off my VPN. I'm gonna have to change my cookies. Like, yo, bro, how am I supposed to be vibe coding and things aren't working? Claude would never. I don't know if y'all get a good look on that. That's 99 minutes right there. All right, let's switch back. So scenario. Currently, what does this mean? Scenario requires your attention. More details about this issue can be found in the log file. Nah, alright, y'all wildin'. D&D, baby. I'm not popular enough to be have my phone blown up. Alright, so who is this? This whole webhook router. Nah, this one I was just playing around with. Frozen new test. This is my most recent webhook, to where I got a lot of this information from Claude, and I'm at a point where I guess, you know, why memorize when you can look up? Let's see. I gotta open this Google Sheet. NMV. All right, so assistant. What does a webhook do? Section. All right. Great work. Thanks, Alex. You know, after speaking with a few people, they mentioned I'm not explaining what I'm doing, and they don't want to be a voyeur in my stream, sitting in the corner somewhere, watch it. Oh, shucks. Speaking about corners watching, Why would I need to grab the website IP? Nah, if you don't know, I don't know. What do you mean? Hey, bro, don't be saying things that we both don't know. That'll mess us both up. Messenger. Man, saying grab a website IP. What the? I don't even know what that does. Alright, so custom webhook module. To create a custom webhook, you can add the custom webhook module scenario. Each scenario you want to use its own webhook. Alrighty, have I been doing that? I think I have. Maybe not, but I'm gonna say for all intents and purposes, I have. You can not use one webhook in multiple. Ooh, swear. Alright, so I know for a fact that my one assistant is only using this webhook. So I say, for sure. Alright, okay, add a custom webhook scenario. You can attach multiple API keys to a custom webhook. This feature provides extra layer of security. We don't care about that at this moment in time. Examples include, alright, to use a custom webhook module. In your scenario, click the grant plus webhook custom webhook module. All right, we understand how to access a webhook module. Set up a webhook data structure, optional. What I learned about this whole data structure part, right, was that if you go to edit and you go to advanced, I want to say when you have no get request headers and no HTTP method, right, when you have these off and then JSON pass through, the JSON returns a giant ugly string, which is sickening in my mind. All right, so let's show it. Ooh, what just happened? Did it do everything? Interesting. All right, so if I go, maybe it didn't send the giant string that it was supposed to. Weird. Okay, maybe I was wrong. So at first glance, the webhook connects to VAPI, grabs the data. The iterator captures a particular portion of the output, which is just the assistant artifact structured output, this long code, this long string, right, which is, I want to say, kind of encrypted on VAPI side, but not this side. And we need this to change. This is what we need to change. So now the iterator, once we grab that, I guess we single it out. Then we go to the HTTP request, right? Credentials authorized. Authorization, URL, VAPI structured output. Where did I get this URL from? Honestly, I copied it from Claude. But let's read this. Let's read what the HTTPS request actually does for my people back at home. For my understanding, the webhook is, hold on. Oh, I gotta change because I'm no longer, we working now. We logged in. The webhook, it's, think of a application interface. I would say it's like it's like an API for certain aspects of the service. I want to say it's equivalent to API interface is webhooks. That's what my mind goes. But because, we don't assume, we ask Claude. I used to be a ChatGPT bro, but ChatGPT acting up on Windows, so we're just gonna ask Claude. All right, new chat. Ooh, I ain't with that. What is a webhook, and explain it to me like I'm 5. What is a webhook? Explain it to me like I'm 5. What is a webhook and what does it do? And explain it to me like I'm 5. Oh my God, are the gods so cruel? You know what I'm saying? Like, what life am I living right now? Honestly, like, what am I? Yo, what are we doing here? Every day is a joke. Testing 1 2 1 2. No, this is crazy. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Yo, if it ain't something, it's something. Why me though? Settings. If it ain't something, it's something. I'm telling you. Yo, stop playing with me, dog. All right, hello. Why my music stop? Did I stop my music? Testing 1 2 1 2. Okay, now I can hear it. All right. Sorry for the inconvenience. All right, tell me what a webhook is and explain it to me like I'm 5. I got you, homie. Ooh. Okay, old way. Not a webhook. You want it, you would have to keep running the window every minute and ask your mom, is your friend there yet? Interesting. The webhook way, instead of your friend's mom calls your mom the moment your friend arrives at the playground, then your mom tells you right away. You don't have to keep asking. You just automatically get told when something happens. So a webhook is like a phone call that says, hey, the thing that you were waiting for just happened. In the case of Yapper AI, when someone calls your AI receptionist and books an appointment, the webhook is like Vappy calling Make and saying, hey, someone just booked a plumber appointment there. Here's the details. Instead of Make.com having to consistently ask, did anything happen? It just gets notified automatically when something important happens. It's basically the internet's way of saying, don't call us, we'll call you. Okay, a webhook is specified for when activities happen. My best bet. It's really it. Okay. So we got a webhook, then we got a iterator, right? No, this is HTTP. Yeah, let's read HTTP v4. HTTP is a fundamental component of data transfer for the World Wide Web. With the HTTP app in Make, you can connect to API services in the application that don't have an integration with Make. Okay, HTTP v4 is a new version of HTTP apps that simplifies the setup, ensures more secure key change stores, and provides a native pigmentation. If you're still using HTTP legacy app, choose v3 in the dropdown. You can use the following modules to build your scenario. Make requests, download a file. Both modules support authenticate and unauthenticated requests. When authentication is required, choose one of the following methods as required by the target service API documentation, basic API key off. For security reasons, define the authentication details and dedicated credentials. All right, let's skip all that. Make a request, makes an HTTP request to any server. Standard module settings. Read below how the configure the standard module settings. Authentication type. Okay, authentication type. This is authentication type. No authentication. Use when no credentials are required for the request. Web scraping. API key. API key. Use when the service requires an API key token. Where we at? Oh, this is. Yeah. Okay, basic when the service. Basic when the service provider requires a username or a password. Use when the service provider requires client credentials, client ID, and client secret. Credentials. Add the required credentials based on the selected authentication type. Create a keychain for the API URL. Enter the URL of the API endpoint, including the base URL, webhook, or web page beginning with HTTP, for example, api.example-service. Is this right though? Why though? Come on, Claude. Okay, yes, API. Okay. So my thought process with the whole URL is whether or not the API vappy.ai structured output, this one, if this is correct, right? Because I got this URL from Claude. And what Claude was talking about, let's go with the sample option 1. Make scenario setup. Your setup. Alright, so make.com scenario setup. Step 1, your webhook already set up. You already have the receiving VAPI data. True. Add an iterator module. Click plus after the webhook. Search the iterator. Configure array webhook structured output IDs. Alright, now let's go back. So we got assistant, we got artifact plan, we got IDs. Boom. Ooh, can I delete some of these? Okay. Now, can you explain the purpose of this step? Can you explain to me step 2, add iterator module? The add iterator module explained simplified. What does the iterator do? An iterator takes the array list of items and processes them one at a time. Your situation, your webhook receives structured output IDs in an array of IDs like this. Don't want it. You need to fetch data for each ID separately. Iterator lets you loop through each ID and run the HTTP request for each. How to add an iterator in Make. Click the plus button after the module. Search for the iterator in the search box. Select iterator. It's under flow control. Configure the iterator array. This is where you can tell what to loop through. Click in the array field and select from the webhook data. Navigate to artifact, plans, IDs, or type. Yes. The one refers to module 1, which is your webhook. Visual example before iterator. What you have, structure output D1. After iterator, what happens? Okay. Each iteration will trigger the HTTP module. You'll add next, fetching the data for the specified ID. What you'll see after adding the iterator module, iterator module, will show input, the array of the selected structured outputs, a variable called iterator value, which represents the current ID being processed. You'll use the iterator value in the next step of the HTTP module as the ID to fetch. Quick check. After adding the iterator, you should see it connected like this. Yeah, does that make sense? Want me to explain the next step? Yes. Step 3, add HTTP module. Explaining simply. What does the HTTP module do? The HTTP module makes an API call to VAPI to fetch the actual data for each structured output ID that the iterator is looping through. How to add the HTTP module? Click the plus button after the iterator and select the HTTP in the search box. So select the HTTP, make a request, configure the HTTP module. Here's what to fill in each field. The URL api.vapi.ai structured outputs.value2. Why? The value 2 pulls the current ID from the iterator. 2 assumes that the module, it's module 4 though. Oh, that just break it. 4. Okay. Enter the URL of the API endpoint, including the base URL, webhook, or web page beginning with HTTP. Is it A assistance? I guess it is Vappy. The 2 assumes that the iterator is module 4. Just if different, you can also click the URL field and select value from the iterator drop down. Method get. Where we at? Are we on get? Alright, why are we using get? It's already selected by default. Headers. Click add a header to an add. Value bearer. Add a header. Name. bundles. Value. Timestamp. Message, artifact, phone, customer. Authorization. Authorization. Ooh. What you mean? Doesn't match the pattern. Click plus add header and add author. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Issue. Wait. Okay, so issue with the headers. Header. When I type in the name authorization within the HTTP module, it says that invalid. Hold on. Nah, I look like a liar. Congrats. Value bear. SK live your VAPI. Okay. I said, for value, I need do I need bear with the API key? And how would that look? Thinking about bear token. Yes, you need bear in the valid field for authorization header. Authorization bear SK. What's SK mean? Exactly how it's shown. Oh. The word bear comes before. There's a space between bear and your key. It's one continuous string in the field. Okay, so what does SK underscore live means? The prefix SK live is a naming convention that tells you that what type of API key you're using. Breakdown SK live secret key means private, live is production. Okay, interesting. So now we gotta switch. I can't be showing y'all the important stuff. Private, copy that bad boy. Okay, parse response. Let's see. Save so far. Add a header. Parse response. Yes. Radio button should be selected. Parse response. Yes. Okay. This structured output data that this structures the output data so that it can easy to map all mappable items will be available after you run the module once. Okay, yes, and this converts the JSON response into data you can use. Okay, what this does, for each ID, the iterator provides the HTTP module will take the ID, call Yapper API structured output, and get back the actual data. Quick test, run once. Make a test call to your Yapper assistant. The HTTP method should execute multiple times, once per structured output ID. Click the HTTP module to see the response. You should see the actual customer data. Well, you should see outputted. All right. I should see the actual customer data. Where though? Should execute multiple times, once per structured output. Click the HTTP module to see the response. You should see the actual customer data. Where is that? Moment of truth? Okay, moment of truth is not momenting a true thing. Header. Data maybe? Assistant? Schema? Required. Customer. Yo, come on, dog. Properties? Why do you hate me? Set cookies. Why do you hate me? Okay. I want to say failed test. Today's main focus will be about building and fixing the make scenario workflow. As for yesterday, I came to the conclusion that that's my main issue, as well as I'm currently not focused on command line activities. I think that would be further down the line of learning, but as of for this next 50 minutes, my focus is on the make scenarios. Writing down in my journal entry. grab some water, open the door. It's getting toasty in here. Okay, so I tested it with Claude, and of course, where is this supposed to pop up at? I don't know. Like, what? So Claude talking about this converts a JSON response into the data you can use. Alright, take the ID, call VAPI API, structured outputs, yada yada yada, and get back actual data. Frost result John Doe. Allegedly. My thing is, I have the JSON on though. So why is it not doing that? But you know what I don't have on? I don't have. Okay, I'm close. Let me save. Edit. Advanced. I don't got no get request headers. Get request HTTP method. Do I need that? Is the question. Click on. Okay. Alright. Can you give me a step-by-step for the webhook configuration? Okay, step one. Log into Make, create a new scenario, click Add, webhooks, webhook, custom hook, create custom hook, name it VAPI data, call whatever you prefer, save, copy webhook URL, leave the advanced settings collapse for now, click OK, configure in the webhook module, click show advanced settings under the API authentication, toggle it on, add your API key in the pop-up, choose the key, click the drop down and select add key name, type name, VAPI key, then click add and save. All right, what are we talking about here? Let me see. Configure the security API keys in the webhook module. Show advanced settings under the toggle on. I guess it's on. API key. They key must contain ASCII. They key? Why does it say they key? That's weird. Configure API keys. Add API key. For step 2, configure webhook security. Should I add the private key from VAPI or should I add the public key from VAPI? Oh shit, what was that? Oh, Dios míos. I dropped my headset. Okay, so step 2, neither. Do not use VAPI keys. Important clarification. Step 2 is about securing your make webhook. These are make own API keys, not VAPI keys. Here what's happened in step 2. Make generates API keys. You can name it anything like VAPI key, but it's make keys. You give the keys to VAPI so that VAPI computes the authority of the webhook. Interesting. When VAPI calls the webhook, it will include make in the header, and make validates it before accepting the data. Step 2. Step by step for step 2. In the webhook module, toggle API authentication on. Add API keys. Type the name that you want. VAPI webhook key. This is a label for you to remember. Make.com. Wemo auto generates a random key for you. Copy the generated key and then add and save. Okay. Create. Honestly, cancel that. Oh no, that's not even right. save. My thing is, maybe where though? Enter the URL of the API endpoint, including the base URL of the webhook get header. All right. whole workflow seems not to be working. Can we restart? No. Clean slate. What is DTM? Custom tools. Learn how to create and configure custom tools to use by VAPI Assistant. This guide shows you how to create custom tools for your VAPI Assistant. We recommend using VAPI Dashboard Dedicated Tools section, which provides a visual interface for creating and managing tools that can be reused across multiple assistants. For advanced users, API configuration is also available. Creating a tool in your dashboard recommended. Navigating the tools section, VAPI, collect tool, create tool, configure your tool. Your dashboard provides a user-friendly interface to configure your tool. Select function for custom API integrations, tool name, give your tool a descriptive name, whether a lookup description, explain what your tool does, the tool configuration, the tool name, the identifier of the function, get weather parameters. Alright, configure message, set up the message your assistant will speak during your tool execution. For example, if you want a custom message, you can add something like request start checking weather. Alright, so right now I do not want a tool in my assistant. Server URL? Where's my assistant server URL? Client messages, server messages, voicemail. I feel like server settings should be something in the docs that's just showed. You know what I'm saying? Like, what we talking about? Messaging? Setting up server URL. Work phone number assistant tools. Server URLs can be set on multiple levels of happy. Learn about where you can set server URLs to handle call events. Server URLs can be set in multiple places in VAPI. Each level has a different priority. The server URL with the highest priority is relevant to the event will be one that VAPI uses to send the event to. Server URLs can be set at 4 levels. Account wide, you can set a server URL for a broad account. Phone number server URLs can be attached to phone numbers themselves. The system can configure the server URL, and then function call themselves under the assistant can be corresponding server. Setting up the server URL. Here's a breakdown of where you can set the server URL in VAPI organization. Swear. Maybe? I'm gonna try it. Account. Where's the count? This is old. I need a refresh. It's right next to API keys. It's not next to API keys. Workflow. Outbound. Integrations? Oh, here it is. Found it. What do you mean by HTTP headers? video explained, allow post in HTTP2, allow the headers to display lowercase and the value is the developer tool, accept, and prefix colon, and special pseudo request headers contain more information about the resources to be fetched and the client requesting the information from the source. Okay. So, where we at? Nah, we were just showing the, this doesn't look right. Custom tools, configure tools, name. Okay, so we have organization, lowest priority? That's crazy. If no other server URLs are set, the Vappy will use this one. Phone numbers can have a server URL attached via phone number API. The server URL, the name, C-way, at time of creation, free number, at import, or via update, assistant themselves can have server URLs attached to them in two ways. There's two ways it can be done: in the dashboard, messaging. If you add the assistant section in the dashboard, the advanced tool, you will be seeing the assistant server. What's the other way? Vappy API at the assistant creation via and a function call. The most granular level service URLs can be set at this function call. This can also be done either in the dashboard or via code. In the dashboard, my function. Okay. URL priority events are only assigned to one server in the priority stack. Here's the order of priority function. If a function calls on the server URL, the function call event will send the URL assistant URLs and next highest priority. Phone number, if a phone number server URL is used, the account wide and the account wide default lowest important, it will be used if no other service URLs are set. You can most commonly set server URLs on accounts and specify or specific server events. What server events? Server events. All messages sent to server are post requests from the body shape. Interesting. Okay, when configuring a webhook for your assistant, you can authenticate your server endpoint by creating custom credentials referring to them as using credential IDs. Okay. Bear authent. Alright. Okay, test basic connection. Click run once button on the screen. The scenario is now waiting for data. Go to the Vappy assistant server URL, paste the make webhook save, and make a test call. Okay. Where's Vappy? Vappy server URL, overall settings, save. Alright. Assistance. Advanced. Messaging. HM. Yeah, HM4. Yep. Client messages. My thing is client messages. There are messages that will be sent to the client SDK and end call message. Perfect. Your appointment is scheduled. Confirmation shortly. Voicemail. Max idle messages.
Thank you for calling ABC 24/7 Plumbing. This is Alex. How may I help you today?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I just need to get a few details to set up your appointment. Can I get your full name?
Full name, John Doe.
What's the best phone number to reach you?
123-456-7890.
What's the best email to send your confirmation?
Best email is johndoe@gmail.com.
What service are you looking for?
Plumbing service, leaky faucet.
What date would you like the appointment?
Tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Let me confirm I have everything correct. Name, John Doe. Phone 123-456-7890. Email, johndoe@gmail.com. Service, plumbing service. Leaky faucet. Date, tomorrow. Time, 3 p.m. Does everything look correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Your appointment has been scheduled. You'll receive a confirmation email shortly. Have a great day.
Call logs. Receive data, yes. Okay, so 2, view data structure before building the rest. Let's see what data you are actually receiving. Check out what you got. Go to make.com, click the webhook module in the bubble. Look at the output data. Take a screenshot of what you should share with me. Let us confirm webhook IDs is there. See the extract data. Alright, bet. Snipping tool. Okay, fetch the actual structured output data. Now let's add the modules for the real customer. Data hidden behind the ID. Add an iterator. Attach, search, underflow, click array. Make request. Okay, yes, it's perfect. Every there configured correctly. You can see the array of what this means is pulling from the structured ID arrays from the Webhook data module and confirms it's an array. Now proceed to step 2. HTTP module. Save. Hit the button. Request. Okay, configure it exactly like this. Okay, great question. Here's where the URL comes from. Source VAPI documentation. The URL HTTP VAPI structured output is a VAPI API documentation from receiving structured outputs. Remember your original problem. The actual data. I want to go for a walk. What the heck? Am I gonna break it? Maybe. Oh no, that's too high. Too low. Okay. Okay. The endpoint path. Okay, how to find this in your find this info yourself from any API. Official docs. Look for the section retrieve data. check if you're correct. Yeah, let's do it. Let's verify together. Search structured output. Structured output. Okay, this is a quick start guide of how to set up a structured output, automatically extract customer information from phone calls. In a few minutes, you'll create a structured output link to your assistant and test data extraction. I've never.
Structure outputs lets you extract information from calls or chats. You can use them as ways to grade calls or to extract useful data from them. For example, you can use structure outputs to determine whether an appointment was booked in your call. Let's see how they work. I have set up an scheduling assistant. Outputs lets you extract information from calls or chats. You can use them as ways to grade calls or to extract useful data from them. For example, you can use structure outputs to determine whether an appointment was booked in your call. Let's see how they work. I have set up a scheduling assistant called Riley. Riley is in charge of helping my customers schedule appointments. After each call, I want to know if an appointment was booked or not. So I'm going to head over here to structure outputs and I'm going to create a structure output. And I have a few templates here, and the one I'm going to use is the appointment book template to see if an appointment was in fact booked after the call. So if I just click on this, I will already have a structure output. It's going to be a true or false if the appointment was booked, and you can link it to that assistant. In this case, I have the scheduler assistant, and you can link it to one or more assistants. Once you save it, at the end of every call for this assistant, we'll be determining whether an appointment was booked or not. I made a couple of calls where I booked an appointment and a call where I didn't book an appointment. So now if I head over to call logs, I can open one of each. In this case, the one where I booked an appointment, and there's a new tab here called structure output that's going to show me the output of running the analysis on this call. In this case, the appointment was booked and the result is true. If I head over here to a call where I didn't book the appointment, and I go to structure outputs, it'll say the appointment is false. And it's just confirmed with the transcript. It says it's going to book appointments, and then I've changed my mind. I don't want to do it. Whereas in the first one where I did book the appointment, it says can I book the appointments, and then it gets all the way to scheduling the appointment. So that's structure outputs. Structure outputs isn't just a way to grade your calls. It's also a way to extract useful data and variables from each of your calls. You can extract this data into a particular schema and a particular data type. This is very useful if you have downstream processes that depend on this data. For example, you can connect it to your customer support tools, to your CRM, or to other custom applications that need data from calls. To create more advanced structure outputs, simply create one from scratch and choose one of the different data types available. With string, you can add categories. So you can add category A, B, or C. So in this case, let's say you want to do something as good, bad, or neutral. Or you can use an object. In this case, you have to specify the schema of the object that you want to extract, and we'll send this payload to your endpoint at the end of the call. So this is how to use structure outputs in advanced mode.
I feel like there should be more information. Hmm. Mm-mm. Okay. Proceed to step 2. HTTP safe. All right, configure it exactly like this. HTTP value, URL, assistant, artifact. Where is it? No. Flow control bundle. Oh, what just happened? Oh, I think I messed up. Okay, all right. Microphone off. Yes, continue. Setting up voice access. Oh my god. Like, how to mess this up? Close. Okay, that still works. Control, no, Windows Shift S. Click X to delete the field. Then I'm value order, bundle order, the green pill. This will create a URL bundle position 2. Now complete the rest of the HTTP module. Add an authorization header. Scroll down to headers section. Click add headers. Configure. Alright. Authorization header. Add header. Authorization. Now value bear sk underscore test underscore replace with the actual except for step for public API. Y'all, welcome to the chat. How's it going? Oh, my candle. Okay, got it. That's a different format than expected. Your private key is a UUID format, which is valid. VAPI might use this instead. SC format I mentioned. How to use authorization header? Yo, do I need to add bear? Important. Include bear with a capital B. Add a space after bear. Then your private key. Why am I adding bear? You always. You want me to be like, oh, welcome back to the chat, Lamar? Is that what you want? Let me find out. You know what I'm saying? Let me find out. Hit you with the welcome back to the chat. Okay, excellent question. Here's why. Bear is a part of the HTTP authentication standard. It tells the API server what type of authentication you're using, how authorization headers work. When you send the API request, the server needs to know what you're sending, a token / key, how to interpret it, what authentication scheme, the format, authorization scheme, credentials, common authorization schemes, bear token based authentication, what modern APIs use, authorization bear, basic username. I've never. API key. Some API keys use API key, your API key. Rappies expect authentic. Where do you get that information from? Where did you get the information that Vappy uses bear instead of just API key? All right, man. See you in a little bit. Excellent. I made an assumption based on copy. Nah, don't make no assumptions. I made an assumption based on common API patterns, but I should verify with Vappy's actual documentation. Let me search to correct authentication method failed. Yeah, don't play with me, bro. Okay. I mean, okay. Whose API keys are these? Okay, important discovery. I may have been wrong about the approach. After digging deeper into VAPI documentation, I found that the structured output data might already be in the webhook or accessible through a different endpoint, then I suggest a better approach. Let's check the webhook data first. Looking back at your earliest screenshot of the structured output, data might actually be nested somewhere else in the webhook payload. According to Vappy's community discussions, structured data is accessible at body message artifact structured output ID dot results. Alternate fetch on full call data. Instead of fetching individual structured output by IDs, you can fetch the entire endpoint. Get HTTP call ID header. This returns the complete call data, including call artifact structured outputs with all extracted data. Let's pivot simpler approach before building the iterator plus HTTP. First, let's check if the data is already in the webhook. Look at the webhook again, output again, expand the artifact and artifact plan section fully. Look for structured output, not for structured output IDs. You can take a screenshot showing the fully expanded artifact section of your webhook data. The actual customer data might already be there. Okay. So message, assistant, artifact plan, score. Nah, bro, it's not webhook. Compliance, variables, voice, model, ignore, transcriber, client message. Artifact? Message? What's this? Message? No, that's the prompt. No, because he mentioned that earlier. So it's more API log, metric, webhook log. This is new. Transcript. Thank you for calling ABC 24/7 Plumbing. This is Alex. Okay. Recording storage, VAPI. All right, what's this? Stereo recording, PAP URL log. Phone number. Oh, it's saying tomorrow. Okay. Current date, Saturday. It's above. It's fast. Did you redact your own message, or was that somebody else? What the heck? That's strange. I don't even know for real. It's a redact. I have power. Oh, that's crazy. Can you undo that? Message redacted. A scorecard assistant booking system. What is this? It's a lot of repeats. I'm about to join their Discord to see if I can get some help. Yo, where the music at? Event wins. What's a win? Yo, last night a friend outbound agent got hit by a script attack. In just 3 hours, his telephone bill shot up to 600. What's a script attack? No warning, just bots hammering endpoints and draining money. Jesus, this isn't common, but when it happens, it's brutal. I'll be sick. Ooh. What's this? I locked myself in my room until I made 100K with AI. That's cute.
I locked myself in my bedroom and built an AI agency. You're probably wondering why would
I
you
almost
do
got
that?
as much
And in
subscribers
today's
as
video,
this
I'm going
guy.
to tell you exactly why. Everyone is talking about AI businesses at the moment, how to make money with AI, etc., etc. Which is fair enough. It's probably one of the most in-demand business models. AI consulting, AI SaaS, AI education, AI agency. There's a wide range of different models. They're all great vehicles and highly in demand, but there's a few other reasons why I started an AI business in the first place. And no, it's not the fact that it's probably the biggest opportunity of our lifetime. It's not the fact that the AI market will be worth $3,600 billion within 10 years, and 300 million businesses around the globe will need to adopt AI in some way, and they'll need help with that. I mean, that's exciting too, but I'm not looking to build a business just to make money, see the numbers on the screen go up, and then just sail off into the sunset. Yes, it's all nice. The agency does 6 figures, but for me, it's a lot deeper than that. And for yourself and your business, it should be the same. Money shouldn't just be the sole motivator. Whilst it is strong, there should be other forces that help you get up every day and work in your business. You might know why, you might be confused, but by the end of this video, it should all make sense as to why I made the move into AI business. For context, I want to introduce myself and share my story with you. I'm Jack Rossimal, I'm 21 years of age, and I founded Talk AI, an AI agency specializing in AI voice agents. We help businesses integrate them into their workflows to make their operations more efficient, more effective, focusing on growing their revenue and decreasing costs at the same time to improve their bottom line, their margins, etc. Now, in this time, I've had my fair share of trials and tribulations, some of which you might be able to resonate with, and that's the main driving force behind this video. Now, I've never actually started a YouTube channel or had a strong presence on YouTube or created content on YouTube, but I always grew up watching YouTube, consuming content regarding people that were maybe 1 or 2 steps ahead and following and latching onto them and their journey to help me navigate at least the initial stages of my journey. So I genuinely don't care. If this gets no views, that's okay. So if I can just help one person and help them on their journey, then I'll be super happy with that. So let me take you back and show you specifically why I got into the world of AI business in the first place. So what led me to lock myself in my room with 1 laptop, 1 Wi-Fi connection, and just get to work? I'll take you back to my teenage years. The goal was actually just the same as any other Australian kid: become a professional football player. I started training when I was 13 years old, and I became super obsessed over it, which is what it takes to get to a high.
You know what I'm saying? I thought it was one of the other mods out here redacting a message. I ain't know what to do. I'm saying mods is running rampant too early.
Level. And every day I was at the park, having shots on goal, training, running laps, lifting weights, and just trying and doing everything I could to grow in that area, to set myself up, to give myself every opportunity to play at the highest level that I could at least. And I was lucky enough to play for some decently high-level teams and play on big stadiums and get a glimpses to the lifestyle of what it looks like to be a professional player at a young age and get paid very good money to obviously do what you love. And I went pretty hard for this goal. I injured myself a couple of times, I had surgery and multiple appointments to the physio, and the end goal was to get recruited into a professional team when I was 18 and have a long career. So I'm super happy that I gave everything to this goal, but in the end I didn't achieve it. I then played at a semi-professional level for a little while. I went to university, but it was actually around this time that I came across the world of online business. They say that human action is caused by the push-pull effects in psychology. If something causes you pain, you'll be pushed away from it and take the necessary course of action. Or if something causes you pleasure, you'll be attracted to that and take the necessary course of action to that thing. In my situation, I was pushed away from the fact that I could trade the freedom of my whole 20s, chasing a ball around, and get to the end of my career with no real-world skills or anything that actually comes with me long term. Then having to start fresh. But I was drawn to the fact of learning new skills, trying new things, building businesses, and growing in that area rather than doing the same thing over and over again. They say variety is the spice of life, and that's what I enjoyed. I love trying new things, learning new skills, meeting different people, and sharing experiences with my loved ones to one day be a better person and support for my family. I was torn between the 2 options, but ultimately after a lot of thought, I went with the latter. A lot of people in my life didn't understand the decision at the time, as I was at a level where I did have a really strong chance of pursuing a sporting career, but I backed my decision and still forged on. So I went all in. I ended up trying a few different business models. My first model was an agency model designed to help Airbnb hosts optimize their listings and generate more bookings off the back of that. Although I provided services to a local client and had the ball rolling, the first steps rolling, I struggled to contact my ICP. I was actually trying to message them directly on the platform, which is very not allowed. And in hindsight, I could have pursued it. I could have gone to Airbnb networking events to connect with hosts and agencies for my services, but it actually didn't matter in the end as I fell for shiny object syndrome. I had e-commerce and the AI agency pop into my mind. I was introduced to the AI agency model off the back of the release of the first ChatGPT by my brother in February 2023. He'd been watching some of Liam Motley's videos. We joined their Discord and started playing around with some basic automations, some basic chatbots, Zapier, BotPress. But my friends were actually making some decent money with e-commerce in Bali, so I ended up by nature looking towards that model at the same time. So my second attempt was actually a dropshipping store, and with the help of Shopify, I started setting up some online stores and testing a few products. None of them were very good. I just made some sales, but I was also very isolated as well at the same time, being in the early stages of dropshipping, learning everything. This made me crave people, so I looked at potentially starting a new e-commerce brand that's not a dropshipping store, a real e-commerce brand with a 3PL. But then I actually recognized that I needed to look towards the agency model, as that was going to be the next best play for skill development. As you can see, the biggest killer here is shiny object syndrome, and every time you pivot, you lose precious time, energy, effort, money, having to relearn a new business model, make those entry-level mistakes, and that's time that could be allocated to just one thing and doing one thing very well. But unfortunately, one of the biggest killers is that shiny object syndrome. A big thing for me, I was quite impatient and I didn't want to play the long-term game, but that's when I had that realization and decided to change everything and go all in on one business model. I knew it had to be one thing, and with some time to decide, I watched hundreds of YouTube videos across every single model in the online space in terms of all the possibilities, and I decided to go with the AI agency at the beginning of 2024. As I mentioned, Liam Motley's videos reinforced my decision to hop into the space. I'd been in the community, which reinforced my decision, networking with people that had actually sold AI solutions for businesses, and this was back in the early days. I found myself consulting, doing discovery calls, but again struggling to land paid clients as the technology was so new, and to be frank, I just sucked in terms of my ability and getting on sales calls, not knowing what I was doing, and trying to sell these solutions to businesses who also didn't know much about the technology and were very early to the space. So essentially I was working for free. I'd do it all, sales, operations, the back end admin, but I recognized one thing, and I needed someone with technical expertise, someone who just loved to build all day, push the boundaries, and really get into the nitty gritty of the AI tech. And particularly that required someone full time that would prefer to do that than everything else that I was juggling and the other avenues. At that stage, I was looking to commit full time, but I probably wasn't in the best position with work, university, and other training I was doing on the side. But the opportunity was too good to ignore, and I saw this as a once in a lifetime thing. So after months of consideration, I went all in, finished up my job, and scaled back my university studies to make the most of the opportunity. I joined the AI Accelerator, which is Liam Motley's paid community, and connected myself with everyone in there. It was around this time that I met my current business partner, Jonas Massey, and that was off the back of a quote that really resonated, where it states, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And as I wanted to build something long term, I wanted to go far, so the best way to do that was to go together, and that was alongside Jonas. As I mentioned earlier, I'd previously struggled with the loneliness of entrepreneurship, and I'd spent lots of time networking and connecting with people that were like-minded and business owners that were in a similar position to me. But nothing beats working with someone that's actually like-minded, aligned with your vision, and is on your own team. We found lots in common, two young Aussie guys looking to grow with AI. Our skill sets complemented each other, so we decided to join forces and create Talk AI, narrowing down our service delivery to just AI voice agents. And just on that, I highly recommend you all to explore partnership. If you select the right person, they can be super beneficial, and as long as you're like-minded, you're clear as to each other's roles, and you can actually have those honest and open conversations while staying committed to the mission, they're the best asset, and you'll go a lot further working alongside that person. So we locked in. We spent the remainder of 2024 just locked in our bedrooms working away on the business. I built my personal brand on LinkedIn, connected with thousands of decision makers of our ICP, spent lots of time turning connections into conversations, and actually grew my following from 0 to 10K in just over 12 months or so. We were connected with our ICP, booking meetings, developing proposals, and we stayed locked in. Although we were getting some good initial results, we were in the trenches, which was challenging. There was minimal revenue for a while, but we stayed committed. We stayed strong. We never missed a day. Worked 7 days a week. Remained hopeful that it was only a matter of time. The patience paid off, and we managed to sign our first client a $400 campaign fee, working with a digital marketing agency here in Australia, which gave us the first case studies and the first real results to be able to take to the market, and from there plug back into our content through LinkedIn and YouTube as well, and organic content on Instagram. And then from there, the leads really started to pick up. We had essentially built a business off organic content, which was really good for a lower cost per acquisition and a higher LTV for the client. We finished off the year strong, signed a few more clients, and decided to delay those next service calls so we could just focus on service delivery whilst building connections with developers and being able to handle the fulfillment side. Since the beginning of 2025, it's been super hectic. We're consistently signing clients and generating some solid monthly revenue, but most importantly, we've been able to generate some great results and case studies for our clients, which does make you feel really good. This highlights the best side about an AI agency. You can build out a solution to a real world client problem and solve that problem. For me, I enjoy working closely with each client because you can really dive deep into their business, understand their challenges and their workflows, and then propose different solutions as to where the technology might be able to help. And that comes back to another reason why I started an AI agency. It's not just the monetary side, but it's being able to deliver like real world value and actually see their reaction to when you solve a problem in their business and a bottleneck. It's just a great position to be in, and you provide real value to them. Another good thing about the AI agency is once you solve this problem for them, you become deeply ingrained in their business because they are relying on your solution that you built custom to their needs to continuously solve the problem, which is obviously within their workflows within their business. And you have this AI agent that works to do this for the client on behalf of you. So essentially you have your own AI workforce. And provided the automation is working, it works 24/7. They don't take sick days, they never complain, you don't need to pay them commissions, they don't take lunch breaks or annual leave, you don't need to retrain them or worry about bonuses. It's kind of like having your own mini workforce without the headcount, and you get paid for it, not just for setup fees, but also monthly retainers as well. However, we've still been working 12-hour days, fulfilling for more clients, and then again, continuously trying to find the talent to help us. What does this mean? Regardless of where you are in your agency's journey, there's always going to be challenges that pop up. Might not be agency, might be AI SaaS, might be consulting, might be AI education. In every business model, there's always going to be challenges and bottlenecks. It's just a continuous game of solving problems and hopefully leveling up along the way, which is the nature of any business in any industry. But conquering each obstacle makes it well and truly worth it and provides another sense of fulfillment. And coming back to my original point at the beginning of the video, why did I start an AI agency? Well, my story alludes to what actually got me into this business model, and it shows everything that's happened so far in my life that's pushed me down this path. All of the ups and downs of sport and a sporting career, as well as a serious realization of what I actually want to do with my time. My journey hasn't been easy. Tough integrations, fragmented data, new automations every project, managing people, clients leaving. I know there's a lot worse in the world, but there's some of the challenges that we've had, and I'll certainly touch on them in future videos. But it's been amazing to plant a seed and grow my personal brands and my business's brands. We've got some solid results for our clients. I've had the privilege of meeting all sorts of different businesses and business owners, entrepreneurs from all around the world in all different industries. To have some conversations with some high achievers in the business world, millionaires and billionaires, and sponging off them and learning a lot off them as well. Forming relationships with super cool people and cool clients as we continue to collaborate, developing skills for life, and it's taken me to some cool locations around the world, some cool places. I've certainly learned more than a business degree will ever teach you at 21 years of age. Hopefully that paints a picture for you. I'm going to be posting more content surrounding the space and documenting the journey along the way. And as I said at the start of the video, if I can just help one person by creating this content and people can resonate with their journey as it aligns with my journey, then that's all I can ask for. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Okay, that was a cool video. Don't know how he did it organically. It wasn't from this channel, that is for sure. All right. Learn more from the expert team. Network community, transform our business. Like organic YouTube? That's my question. Let me go back.
I looked to the space. So essentially I was working for free. I'd do it all, sales, operations, the back-end admin, but I recognized one thing, and I needed someone with technical expertise, someone who just loved to build all day, push the boundaries, and really get into the nitty-gritty of the AI tech. And particularly that required someone full-time that would prefer to do that than everything else that I was juggling and the other avenues. At that stage, I was looking to commit full-time, but I probably wasn't in the best position with work, university, and other training I was doing on the side. But the opportunity was too good to ignore, and I saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime thing. So after months of consideration, I went all in, finished up my job, and scaled back my university studies to make the most of the opportunity. I joined the AI Accelerator, which is Lee Motley's paid community, and connected myself with everyone in there. It was around this time that I met my current business partner, Jonas Massey, and that was off the back of a quote that really resonated, where it states, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And as I wanted to build something long-term, I wanted to go far, so the best way to do that was to go together, and that was alongside Jonas. As I mentioned earlier, I previously struggled with the loneliness of entrepreneurship, and I'd spent lots of time networking and connecting with people that were like-minded and business owners that were in a similar position to me. But nothing beats working with someone that's actually like-minded, aligned with your vision, and is on your own team. We found lots in common, two young Aussie guys looking to grow with AI. Our skill sets complemented each other, so we decided to join forces and create Talk AI, narrowing down our service delivery to just AI voice agents. And just on that, I highly recommend you all to explore partnership. If you select the right person, they can be super beneficial, and as long as you're like-minded, you're clear as to each other's roles, and you can actually have
All right. Yeah. So where we at? Okay. Ain't no way all these were missed. Damn. That's a ridiculous number of like time zones missed. I'm on a whole new block. Yeah, bro. Working on make Webhook. Okay. Using Claude to help with the reconfiguration of the workflow, learning about different modules in Make, such as iterator and an HTTP request, reviewed some of the documentation for VAPI to gather a better understanding of Webhook server calls or messaging and what layer you can put it on. And when I say by layer, I mean they have a hierarchy of which one is more likely to be used. Using Cloud to help with the reconfiguration of the workflow, learning about different modules and making such as the iterator and HTTP request, review some of the documentation for VAPI to gather better understanding of the Webhook server or messaging and what layer you can put it on. And when I say by layer, I mean the hierarchy of which one is more likely to be used. Uh, 100 time block. Okay. $30? finished watching video about AI startup. All right. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. That's sped up. Okay. So right now, let's me confirm. What's a recording URL? Happiness is not achieved by the conscious pursuit of happiness. It is generally by the product of other activities. Adding log details from Webhook logs and Vappy to a Google Sheets document. What the heck? Why? I got a color? Normal text. All right. From the webhook logs in the log details section of Vappy. Where can you find the structured output information? EC719. EC719. So it's right there. Now, I feel it. Maybe. Messages? New artifact. There's no. Message. It's not the way I wanted it. Okay. Why you didn't see it before? In the earlier screenshot, you probably didn't expand the artifact object fully. The structure output is nested within the artifact, and you merely only are looking at the artifact plan structured output IDs, which only shown IDs. Yo, dog. Webhook, you already have this. Router, route directly, send customer name, message artifact, structured outputs. Nah, you're lying. It gives you nothing. You know what? Oh, what's this? Message has sent message. I'm toasty. Roll system call message. There's a little type. Okay. Add bundle content. Outputs. Inputs. Okay. Bundle. So he's saying Jared. Name quick structured output test Vappy.
It's 22 hours.
Okay. Where we at? Reading through makes bundle output that the webhook module captures. Reading through make full. you download this? They do it automatic. We gotta copy and paste again. Control N, Control C. Google Docs. File new. Bundle content to make. Bundle content from Make. No way. Why would it do that? Here is the full bundle content output I was allowed it to download from Make attached to the Webhook module. I think this is what it would look like if all tabs were open, but I will share screenshots of me going through the assumed data passed. Here's a full bundle content output. I was allowed to download from Make attached to the Webhook module. This is what it would look like if all tabs were open. I would hope. No, I have to. think I have the full system problems. Oh my god. This is bullshit. Wait, what are we doing? Okay, the bundle content you shared shows status update line 5. This content type doesn't contain the structured output data. Yeah, the structured output data only appears in the end call report message when... How do you know that? Okay, you're your own webhook logs. Look at the file you shared. Okay. Line 29. Yo, you gotta really go. Type of call and call report. Okay. So in your and it had structured outputs, a bundle content file. Line 5 shows. Wait, to extract the structured data output after a call ends, handle the end call report webhook and access the data like this. If body message type equals okay, constant structured data equals body message dot analysis. Yeah, we might have to do CLI for real. So, you got one more. You got one more. Oh, you still gonna see me? Might as well. Might as well.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to my command line crash course. So if you're a developer of any kind,
What does the SK do for you? I'm at a point. I'm this close. I'm this close. If I don't get it, I'm this close. That's the thing I don't like. Oh my god. Like, explain this page to me. Okay, the tools, built-in content. All right, what we talking about? So it's here. Source bundle content. This file you shared line status update, and if you search through the entire file, there's no structured output fields anywhere, and the artifact output objects only contain message array, message output, and no structured output keys exist in the structured status update. All right, Vappy community discussion from my web search earlier. I found Vappy community thread where somebody asked how to get structured data to extract structured data output after the call ends, handle the end of call report webhook, and access the data like this. Honestly, this you got till midnight because we up all night. 8 more hours? Y'all might go check on somebody's channel. Social Blade. Hey, I got a new sub. Dang. Okay, so official documentation, structure output, quick start, process, complete all context after call and structured output, analyzes full transcripts, tools, call result, message tool, call result, or call metadata. Call result? Is that a tool? Where am I? Call, what is it? Syntax transfer call. That'd be kind of cool. End call, custom tool, integration sheet, go high level Google Calendar, MCCP, API request. Nah, yo, we gotta get technical. Okay. Like, I don't know what this does. does this even mean? Alright, make Mike got it. What does the DTMF tool do in the tools section? Okay, idea here. Gotta throw in the idea section. Journal entry. Ideas. When further along with VAPI voice agent, use DTMF tool to have the client customer input phone number instead of saying it. When further along with VAPI voice agent, use DMTM. I don't even feel like this was the original goal. Excuse me. Like back in the day, it was just to build the client dashboard was the original goal, right? I'm talking about the Airtable interface. Simple. Got Airtable set up with the quickness. Execution checklist. Create an Airtable based booking calls status, right? Airtable, simple. Bandai was the first original people, right? Bland. But I switched over to VAPI because VAPI you can change voices, and it seemed like it had more features and maybe like increase in price, but better features. Every YouTube video I was watching had VAPI instead of Bland, so I was like, all right. Airtable make. Didn't even get to that part yet. So after being stuck on this part for the longest, that turned into a whole project in itself. Right? Acceptance criteria. One final structured JSON object only after call completion. Can't get this right. Webhook triggers on call. Match frozen schema. All A fields mapped. 5 out of 5 successful calls. Yeah, we get that done all the time. Temperature 0. Timestamp, not sure what the whole ISO is. Matches expectations. But yeah. Welcome to the chat. My one new viewer. Unless that's me 2 times, it should be crazy. Put up numbers. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. Alright, let's get back to it. server endpoint by creating custom credentials and referring them using the credential ID. This approach provides better security, reusability, and central management and authentication credentials. VAPI uses a credential-based authentication system where it creates custom credentials through the dashboard, reference the credentials by ID, and reuses credentials across multiple assistants, phone numbers, and tools. This replaces the previous inline authentication approach and provides better security and management capabilities. Quick start. Choose a bearer token for a simple API authentication. Custom credentials. Where is in the dashboard management? Okay. How are we feeling? I do get a break. I'm not a sociopath. What time is it? 05:25. 03. Okay. Shit. Got double more. Yo, you're being annoying, bro. Fuck. What I got? No, yeah. That's just great. Yeah. What would you do? You could do that. That'd be crazy. That'd be devastating. Yeah, fuck it. You're not serious, bro. Fucking pussy. Can't do much. That's fine. Oh, that's protecting that? Oh shit. Why didn't you take that sooner? Interesting. I mean, I guess. Fuck. Oh, it costs, right? Oh, you're an idiot. You can't move. Hurry up. Damn, I don't think that was worth it. In all honesty. That was a bad play. Yeah, that was a bad play. That was a terrible play. Oh.
It's 23 hours. Oh yeah, this me. I'm up by 2. Coward. What would it be like if I could just boom? Is that anything to pay? Nah. I'm trapped. still up by 2, but that's to be a stupid trade. Which one do I want? Which one's a better position? Oh shit. Okay. All right. So now it's I got 11 seconds. You're bordered. Yup, that's a terrible play. Yup. Yo, get out my face. I'm nice. See, you wanna do that goofy stuff.
Damn, you really lost your king. You lost your king. How upsetting. You better put that thing right there. That's crazy. What are we doing here? Fuck, yeah. Oh, you son of a bitch. I should have took. Damn, I should have went left. Should have went back. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. End game victory. Yo, get nice cuts. 3-game win streak. Come talk to me. Yo, 4 out of 5, unbeatable, bro. Yo, give me who's next? Yo, I might have to play against him. Farmer, you?
Okay, took his rook. How am I feeling? Where? Oh. Okay, took his rook. Maybe he was gonna be this good. What's he trying? I don't want that to happen. Yeah, that wouldn't be too hard for me. Whatever. Oh, is he trying to trap me? I'll kill him. Let's see. I bet. Alright, cool. Gotta take. Put this man in a juicer. Nah.
You're an idiot. Oof. Very upset. No, I just screwed up bad. Ooh, that's a bad spot. This isn't hot. giving up, bro. Ooh, I'm throwing. All right, last one. All right, 2. All right, let's beat them with dignity. voice agent. Oh, shucks. Back to it. So my thought process. Oh my god. Is there a way? Metadata? Speech update?
Its end of call report pops up. Oh no. Server messages. You sure? Messaging advanced. I don't. Advanced on dashboard.
Would it be easier? Okay, which makes sense. Structured outputs required. Complete transaction. So, end of call report. All this can only happen. Vappy. Sure. You know what? Let's turn on everything. Wait a minute. HMRG, H4MRG, H4, H4. Yeah. That's new. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I just need to get a few details to set up your appointment. Can I get your full name?
John Doe.
What's the best phone number to reach you?
123456789
What's the best email to send your confirmation?
johndoe@gmail.com.
What service are you looking for?
Plumbing service, leaky faucet.
What date would you like the appointment?
Tomorrow at 5:15 p.m.
Let me confirm I have everything correct. Name, Yondo. Phone 1-2-345-67890. Email johndoe@gmail.com. Service, plumbing service, leaky faucet. Date, tomorrow. Time, 5 done, 15 p.m. Does everything look correct?
Yes.
Goodbye.
All right.
It's 0 hours.
That's a lot. That's a ridiculous amount. Why is there so much being called? Okay. Edit. Close. Add. No. 1220. JSON on. Did I just call, bro? Every single day. Do I have a tool? Oh, let me start my timer back up. No tools.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I just need to get a few details to set up your appointment. Can I get your full name?
John Doe's my full name.
What's the best phone number to reach you?
123-456.
What's the best email to send your confirmation?
johndoe@gmail.com.
What service are you looking for?
Plumbing service. Leaky faucet.
What date would you like the appointment?
Tomorrow at 5:15 p.m.
Let me confirm I have everything correct. Name, Yondo. Phone, 123456. Email, johndoe@gmail.com. Service, plumbing service, air key faucet. Tomorrow. Time, 5:15 p.m. Does everything look correct?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Where's this information? And I'm going to, bro, what the What are client messages? Conversation updates. Call phone. Nah, it gotta be in the docs. Excuse me. So we have assistant. MCP. What's that? Okay. Why am I adding bearer? Ain't that something? How far back am I going? Perfect. How am I not even watching myself anymore? That's crazy. I thought. I figured. resolve it with the dashboard, or should I go into the SDK? What would the setup look like if I were to try to remake this workflow in N8N? The purpose of structured output IDs.